guys got a lot to do.
All right.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock, we'd like to meet the start.
Yeah.
I'm trying, nobody's hearing me. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is basically going to be a continuation of the budget workshop we had the other night. We had a number of school board members that weren't here. I thought it was important that we get input and comments from everybody involved. So, with that being said, I'll first open the floor up to anybody that has any questions on the budget presentation made the other night, or the recommendations being made by the administration. No, that's perfect, okay. Just get the microphone over there so Mr. Shelby can hear you.
I'm just trying to understand the three different colored sheets, so I have questions.
You're going to have to get closer to that, Mr. Earl. I can hear you.
I think there's a switch on that mic, Mr. Earl. There's a little switch on it. It's working over there.
Check.
There it is.
I should do it.
I think that's better.
Okay. Because I'm not an accountant, I'm not really good with numbers, but I tried really hard to figure out these sheets so I can understand what we're voting on. So first I went to the white sheet, the revenue sheet. So I'm just trying to understand, on this sheet, the ESSER's money, 1,272,345 is included in the total revenue.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to be sure about that, because for me, the ESSER's money clouds the bottom line for me. Maybe the rest of you can sort all that out. But it clouds it for me because when we look ahead to the 2022, 2023, 24, I don't know when the ESSER's monies expire. When do they, Teresa?
I'm going to look at Joe to make sure I say this right. I believe it's September 30th of 24.
Correct.
September 24. Okay, because to me, that's a significant amount of money that's included in our revenue total that's going to be there this year and next year, but in 2024, it's not going to be there anymore. But we're still going to continue to have the costs that we've incurred using this ESSER's money that's in our budget.
That's actually not entirely correct, Mrs. Barber.
Okay, well, I need help, so.
Okay. First of all, most of the projects that you see on here for ESSER's funds are one-time expenditures. So these are not ongoing expenses. This is money that's being allocated to pay for technology improvements, capital projects. Those are all one-time expenditures. They don't continue year to year.
Okay, I see that. There is, okay. So next on the yellow sheet, I noticed that there's an increase of $1,259,631 in the projected salaries. So my question is, what's driving that increase in salaries? And then I look down the list, instructional staff dash ESSER, and that's $217,883. And then down lower it says admin ESSER, and that's $81,120. And then there's admin new, and that's $135,000. So are those salaries that are being paid with ESSER's money? So I think we are using, there's a proposed $434,000 of ESSER's money that's in the proposed budget.
Do we see-
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, we are using ESSER funding for the 217,000 and for the 81,000. Those are what we are considering ESSER funded salaries. And the goal is that when the ESSER money runs out, that they would be still within your normal operating budget, which is why we're still recommending a slight increase in taxes to balance it, not using all of your fund balance. Again, those categories were split out. Overall, your total salaries are increasing 5.93%. So even without the ESSER's money, they're in that total of 5.93%. So with or without the ESSER spending, you would still have to raise taxes even if you took those two categories out.
Okay, but just to be clear, there are ESSER's money in the salaries, and these are ongoing expenses that will continue after the ESSER's money runs out. I just want to be clear about that, that there is ongoing expenses that ESSER's money was used for initially.
Yes.
Okay, that I felt was
Yes.
important to point out. Then on the blue sheet,
Mrs. Rohrbaugh, though, it should be noted for you that the admin new, the $135,000 is not being funded through ESSER's money.
okay, and what is that?
That would be the new position for Director of Teaching and Learning.
Okay, and the admin ESSER, what is that? What position is that?
That is the second high school assistant principal.
And the instructional staff, who is that?
That is the behavior specialist. I believe that, what's the other one on there?
The
Technology.
instructional
The
tech.
the technology instructional specialist.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then on the blue sheet, again, I'm trying to understand, I'm sorry I asked so many questions, but I'm really trying hard to understand how this all works. So, in the total revenues on the blue sheet, the ESSER's money, the $1,272,345 is included in that total revenue. Because this carries over from the white sheet, it's the same number.
Correct.
So what is the 785,000? Those are ESSER's funds too. Are they just being designated for the technology and the capital projects?
Yes, that's the one-time expenditures for various technology and capital projects. So you
Okay.
have to include in your expenditures and your revenue.
Okay, so if you take the 785 out of the 1,272,345, you come up with 487,345 left over. So where is that showing up on the blue sheet?
So that's it's the ESSER's funded salaries and the ESSER's funded benefits.
Okay, so that's up in the salaries and the benefits.
Yep.
Okay. And then on the orange sheet. Sorry.
I'm trying to remember when we gave an
What's the
orange,
last
so I have
one?
to think about what it is.
I had a really fun afternoon.
I may need to peek at it because I don't remember an orange sheet.
Okay, the orange sheet is, well,
That was from the
You were
first
from
budget
blue and
meeting.
yellow, right?
I don't remember which budget meeting it was from. It's a lot like the one that has all the salaries on it. But I'm just looking, okay, on the orange sheet, I'm looking at, so if you go back to 2019 to 20, we had an excess after all the revenues came in, and I guess all the expenditures went out. We had excess, if I'm looking at this right, of $3,422,000. And then in 2020 to 2021, we had excess of $2,892,000. Is that, am I looking at that right?
That is correct.
Then you go to year 21 to 22, and it looks like we had a shortfall of 475, which we took out of the fund balance to cover it.
21, 22 isn't finished yet.
Okay, so
So-
that's why there's a dash
Right,
there.
so we budgeted last year at this time for 21, 22, and at that time, we anticipated needing to use 475,000 of fund balance to balance it.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm looking at proposed 2022 to 23, and I'm seeing we come up with a deficit of $1,726,24. And, right away, I'm thinking, we had excess, and now we have this huge deficit. So my question is, what's driving this deficit for projected next year?
So, without having all the numbers right in front of me, I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Shepherd,
go
you're
right ahead.
what you're reading.
You
So,
got it.
I'm really just going from my memory, so, even those years that we had huge excess revenues over expenditures, when we started the budget process, we were anticipating deficits on those years as well. And then, fortunately for the district, various revenue came in over budget, which then gave us the excess of the $2 million and the $3 million. So even at the point when we're budgeting for those years, we actually did anticipate needing to use fund balance during those years, but then we were very fortunate that our revenues came in over, giving us the excess revenue over expenditure, so that we did not have to use that fund balance. But if you go back even further, there were several years that we actually ended in a deficit position. So what has transpired, say, from 2010 to now, is we've been making sure we're budgeting a little bit more conservatively on the revenue side, which sometimes does cause some anguish because it will provide you to feel like you might end in a deficit, but what we would hope for is, again, that our revenues will continue to be over what we budget, and our expenditures will come in under. Because we monitor the expenditures very tightly throughout the whole year, so even if we see things coming close, we'll stop spending, and we try to pull back so that we never overspend our budget.
Okay, but I'm just looking at this huge deficit that's in the proposed budget that we're going to be voting on tonight, right?
Right,
So
and again,
it's like a red flag for me, like why is the deficit so great?
And I think, again, the board has been planning for that, which is why they put away 1.3 million, understanding, that the revenues may not continue to sustain at the level that they've been at. So the board put away the 1.3 million to hopefully offset a huge deficit, which we are now seeing.
Okay, and just another question. Are any of the proposed new hires or proposed new initiatives included in this expenditures? Because we haven't voted to approve them yet, but are they included in this budget that we're going to be voting?
Yes, and we went through the various scenarios, so.
Yeah, I had that too.
Right, so scenario one, and I'm sorry, I feel like I'm just answering all.
No, you're good.
So scenario one included everything, all the new, included the Cyber Academy, all the special ed changes, and the Director of Teaching and Learning. Scenario two, the administration took out the 6 Cyber Academy teachers, which, remember, increased your tuition in cyber schools slightly, $200,000. That keeps in the changes to special ed and the Director of Teaching and Learning. And then scenario 3 actually included the special ed changes and eliminated the cyber teachers and the Director of Teaching and Learning.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
They're on slides 30, 31, and 32 of your
Yeah, I
presentation.
have
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Robo?
No, thank you for being patient.
Not a problem.
Appreciate it.
I just have to remember the color papers, because I didn't print them all
It
yet.
was nice that they were all different colors. That was good, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from other board members?
What, as of right now, you guys are recommending scenario 2.
Yeah, the administration has recommended scenario 2 as it stands right now.
And is there a tax increase for scenario 2?
There is a tax increase, I think they're recommending 2%, which would require that we use roughly half of the 1.3 million that we set aside to offset and balance the budget.
And 2%
About
is a half a million.
540,000 out of the 1.3 million would be used to offset the budget.
And yes, that's correct, Mr. Reese, 2% is half a mil.
Teresa, just a reminder, this is the proposed final, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when's the final?
In May.
In
In May, we usually approve that in May since we moved the taxable date up to July 1st.
Can you explain that?
Sure.
board members?
Right, so we need to pass the proposed final budget, hopefully in April, and that sets your expenditure total. And from that date, then the administration goes back, and we have 10 days to get the budget out on the state budget form and make it available in that format to the public. And then you can vote on the final budget in May. And then from April to May, your final budget expenditures could actually decrease, but they couldn't increase at that point. If we needed, if an emergency would come up and we would find out something different from April to May, like, you know, the numbers are off by $500,000, we had to increase the budget by $500,000, that 30-day window would have to be reset, so we would have to pass another proposed final in May and a final in June. And the reason we would want to pass the final in May and not June is because our tax bills are dated July 1st to provide us adequate cash flow through the summer. If we don't pass a budget until June, we would really, especially with the current issues with printing and getting things back in time, we would probably have to make the bill dates July 30th instead of even July 15th.
The state budget, how's that, what's your coach telling you for getting that in on time and telling us what we need to know in order to?
So not hearing a whole lot of anything, but I will tell you, I do have a meeting tomorrow. The business managers are meeting with the legislators tomorrow morning at the VOTAC. So maybe I'll hear something tomorrow, but what I would anticipate is that we will probably be, again, forced to pass our budget without the state budget being passed.
Is Stan going to be there?
I believe so.
I had a meeting with him the other day. No, I had a meeting with him the other day. Can everybody hear me? He anticipates having the budget in on time, and he gave numbers to me that I didn't write down that didn't matter. They really matter when they come to you about what they were going to get across the state and then throughout the districts, what they were proposing to give to the districts.
Yeah, I mean, again, and that is something I guess I should have added to Mrs. Warwell's question is, so do understand that this budget has been done with no increase in state funding at all, not even a 1% or 2%. If the state would really come through with what they have said that they're anticipating, we would have, you know, very little of any deficit this year.
Right.
So we have been asking the state, you know, what are you going to do for education? So, you know, we haven't even put in a 1 or 2% increase, which we would hope at a minimum, we would at least see that. But remember, during this budget process, we never anticipate a state increase, which is why we anticipate using fund balance. And then when our, you know, if the state does give us more, that'll would roll into why we have excess revenue at the end of the year.
Yeah, the bottom line is that it's very risky for the district to assume optimistically about the revenue coming in, as opposed to taking a more conservative stand and making sure that we cover ourselves.
At this point.
At any point
Yeah,
in the budget process.
Yeah, at this point, you can't take a conservative view because we'll get caught short when you.
No, it's the other way around.
No, that's right.
By taking a conservative revenue.
That's right. I meant it, but I didn't say it. Does that make sense, Mr. Burwell?
I think so.
You sure? You got to stop right here and ask, because now's a critical point of understanding why things are the way they are. Because if you cut things back now, we're going through the process appropriately, and we can always dial back, but it's extremely difficult to increase based on what we find from the state.
Okay, but the only comment I would make about that is when you talk about cutting back, I'm not, you know, asking about cutting anything back, but I am concerned about new additions to the budget, new hires, new initiatives, things that are going to cost more money.
As am I. I'm waiting for my chance to question that.
Yeah, okay, so that's my concern, because, you know, we all have household budgets. We live within our means. We don't spend what we don't have. So that's where I struggle when I look at this. It feels like we're spending money we don't have, but that's where I don't have a financial mind, and that's where I appreciate input from all of you to help me understand how that works. But to me, it looks like we're not being fiscally responsible because we're putting all this new stuff in place because it's what we want, and then we're trying to figure out how are we going to pay for it, how are we going to fund this. And I'm adamantly opposed to raising taxes. Because I think we sit on the school board, we represent the people who elected us to be their voice here. And when I was going door-to-door campaigning, that was what I heard in almost every door was their concern about taxes. And we're already the second highest taxing school district in York County. So to ask our taxpayers to pay more, I can't go along with that.
And Cindy, one thing I'll say, and I don't disagree with you at all, but one thing I will say that people need to keep in mind, we also have the second lowest budget in York County. So we run our district on the second lowest budget in York County behind Hanover. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but when people say that, that's one thing I come back to them with. We also, though, run on the second lowest, and we were by far the second lowest. At least, now, I can't speak for, I don't want to speak exactly for this year, but the past so many years, we've been running the second lowest budget in the county as well.
Does that have anything to do with the fact that we have so many less students than a lot of these other school districts?
That's part of it, but we're not, like, some of the schools that I looked at that are comparable students to us, probably West York, York Suburban, Dover, they're all running a $10, $15, $20 million higher budget than what we are. So, but you are correct. We don't have the students that Dallastown or Redline have either. But, so.
None of us want to raise taxes. You got to go through the process. It's not something, none of us run towards paying higher taxes at all. So, the process will play itself out. The other thing is, one last thing I tell you is, we have some of the highest performing students in the county. So, that's something to stay focused on as well. The performance of our schools are exemplary. So that's something that we are very proud of as well.
Mrs. Weaver, if we don't raise taxes, what type of things are we going to lose out of this budget if we don't raise taxes?
Well, actually, primarily, you're going to wipe out the 1.3 million that we set aside in one shot.
Gotcha.
And the whole idea of putting that money aside was that, again, we went 2 years, 3 years now without raising taxes. 2 years without raising any taxes. Our expenses certainly didn't go down during that period of time. And as I think I explained 2 years ago, there's a cumulative effect of doing that. You're not just, when you don't raise taxes 2% 1 year, now you haven't raised them for the next 20 years. So you can't just ignore that. So by putting that money aside, we did that with the idea that as things have started to normalize, now we're in a position where we can take 2 years now to use that money to offset the tax increases that would normally come along because we haven't increased in so long. So I think it would be unwise for us to try to take a 1 year shot and just, hey, yeah, we can just say no taxes this year, and guess what? Then next year we're going to be looking at 5% and 6% increases, and I don't think that's appropriate for the community.
Excuse
One
me.
last thing to look at as well, that
I missed it.
Yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I didn't know you were down there.
Yeah, Mr. Shelley.
I understand what you said, but we haven't raised taxes in the last 2 years. But I don't think anybody else did either. And the reason wasn't because we tightened up the budget. It was because of the situation we had, the medical situation, and everybody didn't want to charge anybody. I'm not certain. I don't have the facts. Mr. Weaver has the facts. We said we didn't raise taxes. Am I wrong on that? The way I remember, no other school districts, or very, very few, did in York County. Can somebody help me out with that?
Trying to figure that out right now.
Pardon?
Mrs. Weaver's looking that up.
I think you'll find out what I said is the truth. Can I go on, or you want to let her? I'm not sure, okay.
I have, so, I'm sorry, so from 2019 to 2020, I don't have districts raising taxes, but I do have that at least 6 to 7 districts raised taxes from 2021 to 21-22. So most of them didn't raise taxes the first year, but then they raised them the second year.
Right, and we did not raise the percentage.
Right.
And how many raised them?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 in your, 8 in your county that raised from 20.
No, it's only half right.
Yeah, it was the year before that nobody raised them.
Okay, the next question I would have is, it's nothing new for me being against taxes, you all know that. Now, when do we have to, by law, is the final day that we have to have our budget approved?
It's amazing.
The actual final day is June 30th. No, let me take it back, it's June 20th.
If you,
June 20th would be the final day that you
Okay.
pass the budget.
But Mr. Shelley, keep in mind that that creates all kinds of problems for Mrs. Weaver if we go that late. She can't get the tax.
no, well, I'm not finished with my concern or possible suggestion. It's June 20th, okay. When, you said you met with Mr. Saylor just a couple days ago, and he said they expect to have the budget passed on time, which is July 1st, correct?
Right.
Would it make sense, I'm only asking, to benefit the taxpayers, because, in my opinion, if probably the state will raise taxes too, so we get it both ways. If our proposed increase would hold until the state does their budget, if we don't get what we think we're gonna get, or if we get more, would that equal taking away our tax increase? Right? Am I clear what I'm trying to say?
Yes, Mr. Shelley, but the problem is the state is not required and probably won't have their budget finalized until about 2 or 3 weeks after we're required by law to have our budget in.
But it seemed to me it'd be a goodwill thing to do, to protect our taxpayers at the last moment, and if we can't, then I could support it, but I can't support it now.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're going to know anything more than we do now by June.
I'm sorry.
I said, I'm not sure that we would have any more information if we waited till June than we have today.
It doesn't matter, if we don't get it, then you go through with it.
Yeah, but then we create an issue, as I said before, with Mrs. Weaver being able to get the tax bills out on time.
But all I'm saying, all it will take is an agreement, it's just a common sense agreement amongst ourselves, and you could even make a motion that says that.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the board's wishes, my recommendation would be that you would pass the proposed final budget with the total expenditures that the board would want, and then you would pass to use all of your fund balance. And then in May, you would not have a tax increase, and, I mean, that would be the only way to actually make that work. Or if it's the board's wishes to do something and wait to June, then you just have to understand the implications of not possibly having the cash flow that I need in July, to make current bills and current bill payments, because if we don't pass a budget until June 20th, we will not have tax bills for at least 2 to 3 weeks after that date, which means there's no way we can date them prior to July 15th.
I agree.
So, I mean, if that's the wishes, tonight, we would ask the board to pass a proposed set of total expenditures. We may have more information between now and May. I would probably not feel comfortable with state.
But in that scenario,
Mhm.
you do have cash that you can draw off of.
Yeah, yes,
So it's not like we're strapped.
Right,
It's just
right.
we're trading dollars for one.
correct. Yeah, it's just that we actually went to a July 1st,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
just-
things really for when our debt payments are due.
Trying to
But
determine
you-
how deep the problem is,
Yeah.
and it doesn't sound like that really becomes just more.
No, I'm just saying it becomes more of a problem with the taxpayer because now we then again change the date of the tax bills that we, have had this different tax bill date for the past 6 or 7 years.
Any debt service opportunities coming up in the next 6 months?
No. I've had a conversation with Mr. Gibbons regarding financing the building project. And there are no real true refinancings coming up. Our debt's pretty short term and our rates are really low. But, and just to your comment, Mr. Yes, we do have cash, so I don't want to make it sound like we're not, we do have money in our capital reserves and things. It's more of a supply chain issue. I will tell you, I ordered envelopes back in January because they weren't even sure that they would have the paper to print bill. It's more of those types of issues I'm concerned about this year more than any other year. Now, again, it's really not that bad because I've already told the printer to order the paper. So I do have those items already in the works. I already have the envelopes here, I have the paper order. It's a printing thing.
So if I understand this right, we really have two issues. Mr. Shelley's issue, which is a good option. But the other issue is whether or not we accept the expenditures in which it's presented. They're two different issues.
I would say that's correct.
Okay. So we really ought to tackle the first issue first, which would be, is the expenditures as they're presented. And so, there's a pretty healthy wish list. But carving that down to, take all your new positions out, doesn't solve the deficit problem. It adds to the deficit problem, it doesn't solve the deficit problem. The deficit problem is still, rough guess, 500,000-600,000, right?
Yeah, because your special ed, your new positions for special ed aren't causing you your deficit.
Correct.
So that to me is, not a financial decision, that's a programmatic decision that I think makes perfect sense to do.
So I just want to make that, say that out loud, because
That's what I was asking, what we lose if we don't raise taxes. And even if we take out that position,
correct.
it doesn't really,
It moves the needle,
yeah, right,
but you're still upset.
correct.
Yeah, the number is,
So, excuse me, Teresa, if we do vote for scenario 3, which is if I have to pick one, that's the one I would pick, that we don't raise taxes, we take that $933,000 out of the fund balance, and if, as you say, we would get state funding, then that would be replenished, is that correct?
Yes, the board then would make that decision if that was how they could, the board could then take the state funding and say, the administration would recommend that we hire 4 new teachers because the state funding came in and, we decided we needed 4 more teachers. So you could do that, you could reopen your budget for the state money, or you could close your deficit.
But Ms. Weaver, you're talking about an increase of state money, not a get state money, because we
Right.
always get state money.
Yeah, correct. I'm
So
sorry.
what that has to be articulated to Ms. Wardball is an increase of what the state is already going to give us in order to get that deficit down.
Correct. Yes.
Right, and if the state comes in flat, and we do that, and we burn up the fund balance, then we're gonna have to answer to the community next year when they're gonna be looking at a 4 or 5% tax increase.
Just so you know, years ago, and I apologize, I saw you were getting ready to speak. Years ago, it was probably about 12 years ago, we did the exact same, we had the exact same scenario. It was a 12 or 13. We decided not to raise taxes. And what happened was, we did the same thing. We used out the fund balance. I remember this. And so the following year, we had a tremendous tax increase because our deficit was so bad that we didn't have any fund balance to speak of, and we had to raise taxes. I think we raised it all the way up to the index for a couple years in a row. Yeah, it was horrific. So you have to forecast for this. The school does not have a flat, what's the best way to say it? The price of education continues to go up, and a lot of things that come down that are mandated are increases to the budget through no initiation of this district, okay? So they increase. So none of us want tax increases, but the fact is that if you don't really, really watch what you do at this point, in 1 year, you will have no fund balance to manage, and you will have nothing but taxpayers to pay the bill. And we won't have any increase in salaries an increase in people. You will have nothing. You will have nothing. We had this scenario before. It was really bad. Just letting you know. I'm not scaring you. Go ahead.
Well, no, you're absolutely right, and that scenario happened actually just before I got on the board.
You straighten everything out.
Well, that was the idea.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I don't want to hear it.
No, you don't want to hear it. It was-
But the reality was, it affected more than just the operation of the school at the time by doing that. We took a hit to our bond rating. It hurt the amount of interest we were paying on stuff. Our credit rating got hurt.
We went to a B something.
Yeah, we went down to a B something. The whole idea here is that, yes, we have a responsibility to be fiscally responsible. But in order to do that, that also means we have a responsibility to make sure that the school is in good, and this district is in good financial shape. That we are not on the edge of things all the time, and that we are not going to be in a position where we have to go to the community and say, guess what, guys, we need 6% this year because we can't, of course, what happens? The state decides to give us an unfunded mandate that we have no idea is coming next year, and they double the amount of our PSERS contribution for pension funds next year. We have no way to respond to that if we've wiped out everything that we've set aside to be able to handle those situations. And the only alternative that you get then is that that's when you hit the taxpayers hard, and that's not fair. What's fair is the taxpayers understand that these costs are going to go up. If we can keep a 2 to 3% a year annual increase in what it costs to operate the school, especially when inflation's at 8%, we're doing a heck of a good job in doing that.
Okay, and that's my next question. So we're not talking about a 2% raise this coming year, we're talking about
We're talking about
sequentially raising
we're
2%
talking about
every year,
we're talking about a 2% increase.
just for this next year, but
That's
you're
all
saying,
that's all we have a budget for.
but it's looking like we're gonna have to continue to increase taxes as we move ahead, right?
Well, but when we can get into a situation where the inflation rate goes negative, then we can reduce taxes.
Has that ever happened?
No,
I didn't think so.
and it never will, and it never will. I mean,
So once they go up there, they're gonna stay there, right?
the bottom line is our costs continue to rise. They're not going to stay flat. We can all have wishful thinking here and say, hey, we don't want to raise taxes, and that's the right way to do things, but at the same time, we end up destroying the public school system in this district, and that's not something we want to do.
Yeah, let me close it if I could. Nobody wants to raise taxes. Nobody. Nobody wants to do that.
We all pay the same
We all
taxes.
pay- Yeah, nobody here wants to pay taxes. That's a given, that's a foundational thing of the board. I don't think, last I checked. But, bottom line is, from this point forward, we have to be fiscally responsible. Now the question is, where's the money being spent? And how is it being spent? However, in a lot of cases, these things have to be presented to us and then justified and elected. You're not going to, every line item is not going to be discussed here. So, but we do go over things pretty thoroughly. So that's really the hook here.
You keep interrupting, and I've asked for the floor.
I'm sorry, I
Shut them down here.
got a cold not here, it's hard for me to see. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you are the chairman, I'm blaming him.
Yeah, don't blame me.
Yeah,
Don't blame me at 6 o'clock.
You can't blame Malone for this.
Straighten up, Jason, would you?
Okay, I've got a couple of things on my mind. We didn't talk about the equity distribution. I don't know if that's gonna affect us. We didn't even talk about it. It seems possible that it may. The other thing is, I don't think we talked enough about our expenses. And if you're gonna cut this budget, you're gonna have to do it within the spending. It's because the income is not very secure. It's obvious. You know, we don't know. There's too many unknowns. But we do know that expenses is the only way you're going to cut it back. And the other thing is, I do know that this board did not spend 5 minutes going over those budgets or those expenses. At one time, I served on this board when this board, Eastern York School District, went over every line item in that budget. And it took hours and hours and nights, but we did it. We even did it on the last day to approve the budget, which I'm not sure it changed, maybe it was close to July. You know what we did when it was 12 o'clock? We turned the clock back. And you may not believe it, but history, it's there, it's there. And I do not feel comfortable at this point. I know the situation that people are older people, just like you said, you heard, I heard it all my life, that the older people really are hurting this year because, and especially with inflation the way it's going, we better cut some of our expenses, I think, and we better not add additions until we're sure that we can afford them. And you can add positions, but you're going to have to take some other ones away. You can't keep putting more and more and more in the paper bag. It won't work, guys. You've got to really get into it, and I don't think this board spent 5 minutes looking at our expenses, and I beg you, that's the only way you're going to cut your what's called. I think that's all I'm going to say at the moment. If there's any questions about that, I'll try to clarify them, because some of you people didn't go through this, but it's true. That's what we did. Turn the clock back. And it's been hours and hours. I think it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when we finally agreed. But that's what you got to do. And that's, I'm opinion is, that's our job. It's not sit. You see, what concerns me, and I'm not certainly not talking about our employees, our administration. If you think about it, not one of them live within this school district. They don't have to answer to the taxpayer. You and I do, and if you're, you know, I think that we're trying to, but it's difficult. We can't speak for the whole board, but it's your responsibility as well as it is mine. You've got to face the music, and that is the music. When your neighbor asks you questions and you can't lie to them, I feel not good about increasing our taxes. I've also, in the past many years, and just the last week or so, a former board member asked me, he never understood, he wasn't objecting. A lot of times, if you recall, and people were here even last year, I will support the budget. Well, didn't happen last year, but I will never support a tax increase. That's just the way I feel, and the people keep electing me. That's the way it is.
I think we need to put the onus on the administration to balance the budget.
Actually, it's not their job.
Whose job is it?
Ours.
Well, then why aren't we, like Mr. Shelley said, why aren't we going, I spent hours trying to figure this out. I would love if we could go through this line by line and really understand what we're voting for.
We've been presented with a balanced budget. We have 3 alternatives that are all balanced budgets.
Well, when you look
Unlike
at the
yours.
$1,700,000 deficit, that's not not a balanced budget.
Well, actually, you're incorrect, Mrs. Ward. It is
You
against
like
the
to
law
say
for us
that to me.
Excuse me?
You like to say that to me.
Well, when you are, you are. And I'm sorry, but you're incorrect. No school board can pass a budget that's not balanced, period. You're being presented with an explanation of where we have deficits in order to balance the budget. You're not being presented with a budget that's out of balance.
He's technically correct. The issue is that you don't want, the budgets are balanced. The issue is you don't want to use taxes to balance it. That's your point. That's where the disconnect is.
Thank you.
Oh, I know, I wanted to ask another question. Mr. Hoover, do you know how many school districts are anticipating, I know it's all good, raising taxes in those who said, no, we're not gonna raise taxes under the conditions?
No, I do not have that information tonight, Mr. Shelley. I'll have to get that. We have a meeting
I
tomorrow.
read some in the paper, you know this well, they don't print everything in the paper anymore, but I saw, what I thought was the majority said they were not gonna increase taxes. I don't know what you read.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten any information from the other business managers at this point.
Did any other board members read it? Maybe it's just in my opinion.
Any other questions or discussion? We're getting close to the review.
I will make a statement. I just want to make
Sure.
Mrs. Weaver, can you give Todd that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to make a statement, and I appreciate everybody's viewpoint about the tax increase, but I think that, I feel like, we have to take a step back for a moment and remember that, we're making an investment here to our students in the future, and the future of our students, right? So this is an investment, and sometimes you have to put a little up to get something back. I think as the more I get involved being on this board, I've come to appreciate the changing of how education works and the needs of students today as opposed to the needs of students for years going by. And we would be amiss to discount that opportunity that we have. So as much as, look, I own property here, I'm paid, I don't like that, I'm adamant, I can make the statement, well, they don't live here, and I said that, right? When this is all said and done, they go back home and we're here. But these are our students, and I believe passionately about making an investment in their future, because it's our future. And like I said, I made the comment wish list, that was probably the wrong statement to make, because I don't think it's necessarily a wish. I do believe there's a lot of thought and preparation put into how do we make that next step into these children's lives, and that's going to be impactful. And when we look around our world, there's a lot of need for that same investment. We're doing the right things.
Can I switch gears a little bit? Can I ask a little is it all right if I ask some detailed questions, Ms. Weaver? No?
Sure.
John, who's running this meeting? Is that you? Can I ask the administration some detailed questions there, sir?
Don't take too much time.
Well, we got 12 minutes.
I think we need to get the questions.
Yeah, I'd like to get some detail, just some clarification. I'm looking down through the budget here, and I see a couple of line items. I just want some justification for a couple of things that were increased, which was, I'm looking at the, as a percent of total, and the increase in the dollar amount. I'm looking at the line item for admin technology of an increase of $101,000. That's an admin increase. Is that adding what's the increase for? Is that adding another person, a couple of people, or a person with benefits and a whole shebang?
You're looking at, you're looking at the salary and benefits, Richard?
Yes, yes, ma'am. First page.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to.
The top page, salary benefits, the admin and technology side.
Yeah, that's just your normal increase for, that's a 5% increase from the 21-22 budget, because right now you don't have an agreement with them for next year.
Is that already in contract?
No, you don't have an agreement with them. You don't have an agreement with Act 93 or the support staff or the tech, so the numbers are budgeted just as to make sure that there's funds.
There's coverage for any increase in that
Yes.
line item.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying
Yes.
to clarify. So,
So,
because
yeah.
we've gone from, 2,087,000 to, 2,122 over the last 2 years. And I see it 5,000. Okay, I got it.
But actually dropped.
Yeah, I see here. No, it didn't drop. But, no, I see that here. It's a justification of when you're going to go into the budgetary talks with everybody. So to be very clear, these numbers are typically, from what I've seen, not to exceed numbers. Is that kind of where we're at?
Yeah, I would say they're budgeted numbers because
Yeah.
they're.
So when we go tuning this in, once we get contractual contracts with the different bargaining units, and this is what we budget, and then we really dial it in here in the next month, kind of where we're at.
Yeah, we kind of did a lot of that from March to April, so you actually have a lot, you already, because remember, the budget started with a deficit of 1.7, and it's down to 1.489. So we dialed down the staff, so again, I can't sit here and say that you'll have all of your support staff agreements approved before this budget's approved.
And these were already pre-negotiated verbally? in
No,
these
no.
ranges or
Nope.
something?
We haven't worked on.
That's why I'm asking here, because,
We've had one meeting, Mr. Zepp, with those groups.
okay,
And so then they need to have a meeting with our executive committee, and then that recommendation would come to the full board for whatever those agreements would be over the next 3 years, which is kind of what we're looking at term-wise.
okay.
Well, what happens is, I mean, if we don't spend that money, then it's going to be used to offset a tax increase at some other point.
Right.
It's not like we're going to, we got this money, let's spend it on something.
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah, it's not budgeted, it goes back into general fund, it doesn't get spent. I know we're pretty frugal,
Yeah,
so,
Mr. Chairman, are you hiding or I just can't see you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman?
He's got the poll right there.
Don't take it away, that's there.
That would be a problem.
I just have some new thoughts, and I know I've heard bits and pieces. I guess I would ask, is there a small answer to how many new bodies we're gonna put into this budget?
As I understand it, if we don't take the special education piece into consideration, because that pretty much is paying for itself. As a matter of fact, it's a plus to us. There's only one added position. There's only one new body.
what were the, and I apologize, I should have
I
known
can
this.
let Mr. Shelley.
Well,
That's what
I
I
have
was
someone
asking.
saying that's not true, and
Which
There's
position is being added?
there's only one added position in the budget, and that is the director of only one.
No, so even with, if you don't do the special education.
Right, don't count
piece-
the.
Right, but there is 2 new special education teachers outside of
Outside.
the changing, remember, I mean, we went through it, so it funds almost one of those with the whole special ed changes, but we would still be asking for 2 new special ed teachers, even if you decide not to do the LIU, and then the new director of teaching and learning.
And the school psychologist?
The school psychologist is being paid through the funding from the special ed changes. So yes, it would be a new position, but if you decide not to do the special ed changes with the IU and you take out all that staff, you're putting it right back into contracted services. So it's not a decrease, it's a wash from the budget for all those special ed changes. but actual new money in the budget is the Director of Teaching and Learning and 2 new special education teachers.
I just wanted a number.
Okay, so 3.
Amazing, yeah, amazing what's here. Okay, the next question is, how many additional students are we expecting this year?
We are not, our enrollment has been
Our enrollment's fairly flat. About 2,350 students.
No new students. And it was no new students last year nor the year before that.
Correct, we're flat,
We're on a
we're
flat
stable.
curve for a long time, and we're gonna get worse. I think I told that once before. I thought there was more, and I know you say it, that this new employee is paid this way, this year, what about next year? Well,
Yeah,
I just think you have to, spend what we.
Now, that'll be on the board agenda for the most part.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what total expenditures to put on that agenda.
Well,
Administration's recommendation,
the administration's recommendation is number 2, right?
yes.
Well, then that's what I was assuming you'd have on the agenda.
The board member's got to bring it up, and the board member has to support the recommendation of the administration.
No, that's okay.
Right.
I think it's a six.
Okay, so then I'll adjourn this meeting. We've got about 3 minutes before the regular meeting.
Everybody please rise for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Weaver, roll call.
Mr. Bailey?
Here.
Mrs. Bowsman? Here. Mr. Lentz? Here. Mr. Malone?
Here.
Mr. Reese? Here. Mrs. Rohrbach? Present. Mr. Shelley? Mr. Shevlu?
Here.
And Mr. Zepp?
Here.
I believe Mr. Shelley will be right back.
Okay. Okay. At this point, the board has to go into an executive session. We're discussing personnel and legal advice, so there'll be no voting done in the executive session.
I think we'll let it know.
Okay, show that the meeting's back in session at 6:33. Okay. Approval of previous board minutes.
Motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on previous board minutes? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Treasurer's report. Mr. Chevalier.
Sorry. Alrighty, if you check the agenda manager, you'll see a copy of the general fund statement as of March 31st, and also the student activities fund and the food services funds as of the same date.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for 3.1 and 3.2 on the treasurer's report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments at all from Mr. Chevalier? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Student recognitions, Dr. Mancuso.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Good evening, everyone. It's my honor, as always, to recognize our excellent students every month. And this month, I would like to start with the Senior Students of the Month with Mr. Rickard from the high school.
First, I'm going to invite Natalie Fry to come on down. Natalie is the daughter of Mark and Leanne Fry. She is a GPA 4.029. She's ranking, yeah, absolutely, ranked 23rd in her class, which is pretty awesome. When she's done with high school, she plans to go to Bloomsburg, University of Pennsylvania, Bachelor in American Sign Language and Interpretation. She's in concert choir, bel canto. She's also a teacher's assistant here at the high school for our life skills and our artistic classrooms, which I think is pretty awesome. Couple of things that stand out for her. This is good. You need to keep up with it. Academic physics, academic world history, concert choir, English 4, healthy eating on budget, high school chorus, intermediate piano, phys ed, sociology and psychology, and as I said before, teacher's assistant. So it's pretty impressive for the student here at the high school. We want to congratulate Natalie.
Picture in there, Mom?
Okay, next, Brianna. I want to introduce you to Brianna Grimm. She's the daughter of Becky and James Grimm. has a 4.11 GPA. She's ranked 17th in her class. She's going to attend Penn State to major in public relations and advertising. She's a member of student council, the NHS, SAG Club, Varsity Club. She didn't write this down, but I did a little digging. She's also a 4-year varsity basketball letter winner and a 1,000-point scorer. So I think she should be recognized for this wonderful job. Here at high school, she's taking physics, algebra 3 trig, AP world history, in contemporary issues, dual enrollment in business, dual enrollment in English class, and she's also a teacher's assistant for us. So not too shabby, huh?
No.
Congratulations.
It's probably the only time you ever get to see it.
Next up, for our Canadockley Elementary students of the month, Mr. Freed, please.
All right, good evening, everybody. So to introduce our students, I want to just quickly explain kind of how we selected them. So when we, as a district, a couple years back, looked at updating our PBIS program, we have this ARMOR program. It's been around for a while, but we've changed some of the criteria for what we're looking for in our kids and how we measure that. And at Canadockley, just this past year, we started using a system called Live School to help us keep track of basically behavior data. So if kids are doing a really great job, we give them points. They earn a lot of those points, and as a building, we have different rewards, activities, and stuff that we do with them. It's a lot of fun. That data is very important for us when we're working with our grade level teams, when we're working with our behavior support team, our student assistance program. But we also try to make that transparent for our families and stuff too, which is another theme that I'm going to be touching on when I present again on badging in a couple minutes. So this information, as you see kind of on the screen, there's these weekly updates now. This is a newer feature that our families are seeing, how their children are doing each week, how they're earning their points, what are the types of behaviors that they're being recognized for, and they can drill down into the specific activities that the teacher, I guess, is logging for their child kind of day in and day out. So these are just some examples of the activities that our kids have been working towards this year. The big one that's coming up is going to be our ARMOR Day celebration towards the end, and we might put like a little kind of stopgap in there because we still have some time coming up after PSSAs. So without any further ado, these are our two students that I want to recognize here. If you guys could stand up where you are, I'll come over to you for certificates and pictures in a moment. So first we have Keegan Barnett. So Keegan, if you could stand up, he is a kindergarten student in Mr. Young's homeroom. And he has been knocking it out of the park. He has over 1,000 ARMOR points. So by far the number one student in grades K through 2, but also for the building. When I asked him earlier, what are some things that I can share about you? He said he enjoys playing Candyland with his family, and he enjoys playing soccer. And I asked him, what does it mean to wear your ARMOR? What is that all about? He said it's about being safe, being kind, and paying attention. So very good. Keegan, I'll come over with your certificate in a second. Cannon, if you could stand up for a second to be recognized. Cannon is a 5th grade student in Mr. Cristofaro's homeroom. He enjoys golf. He enjoys playing Roblox. It's a video game if you're unfamiliar with Roblox. And he's a member of our ARMOR team, which I don't know if you recall, maybe 2 or 3 months ago I was here and I presented students from the ARMOR team. He's one of our original members, and he's been very excited to work for ARMOR TV. It's like our weekly kind of like YouTube show that we put out for the students. And there's some other projects that we're thinking about doing around our school that he's very excited to be a part of. And when I asked him about what it means to wear his ARMOR, he said, I thought this was cool, being bold, by taking responsibility for being a leader and being kind. So very cool answer from Cannon. So ladies and gentlemen, your students of the month from Cannon. Thank you. Congratulations. If you want to stand up, we'll get a picture together. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Here you go. Do you guys pick families? No? All right, here we go. Come on over, come on over. Yeah, real tight. Yeah, nice. All right.
Smile, dude. There it is.
Keegan, Cannon, I got a question for you guys. Come on over here real quick.
Watch your step.
They're not supposed to be a piano.
Once again, congratulations to all our students for the fine performance that you do day in and day out for, on behalf of the school district and yourself. We really appreciate the effort that you put forth daily, so thank you. And parents, also congratulations. Congratulations, and also I want to tell you, we know you guys all have busy schedules. Feel free, if you want to leave now, you will not hurt our feelings. If you want to stay, that's great as well.
Stay, I might call you, but I guess I'll say, don't worry about staying, no obligation. See you guys. Thank you. No obligation, seriously. So.
Okay, student representative report. You guys are up.
Actually, it would be right after these guys.
All right, so for Wrightsville Elementary, their school is using a new newsletter to improve their communication with families in their community, and they linked it here. March was an extremely busy month at the Bill with Brain Awareness Month, March Madness, Read Across America Week, all in the same month. Wrightsville Elementary joined Kennedockly and Christ Creek by hosting the after-school program Club Invention. Their kids use their creative problem-solving skills to solve problems and overcome challenges during the week-long program. They're excited to offer something like this again in the future. And they would like to recognize a few of their staff members who recently took action to continue their efforts this year to improve parent-family engagement at Wrightsville. They would like to thank Mrs. Sierra Malhorn and Mr. Brian Baker, their life skills autistic support teachers from the IU, for organizing a parent panel to speak with our staff about raising children with autism and other disabilities before school on April 8th. It was a powerful learning conversation. They would also like to thank their school counselor, Mrs. Snyder, for organizing 2 parent workshops for all elementary parents in the district. The sessions will be offered by Family and Child Resources. The titles of the 2 sessions are Parenting for School Success and Building Resilient Children. For Kennedockly Elementary, like other elementary schools in the district, 60 students from Kennedockly enjoyed their time at Club Invention and after-school summer program during the week of April 4th. Their kids and teachers had an amazing time, and they'll hope to offer similar programs for our students in the future. A huge thanks to Mrs. Bull, Mrs. Snyder, Mrs. Crosby, and Mrs. Griner for helping. They'd also like to thank some high school students, Lauren Galvin, Aubrey Buchanan, and Olivia Sahaki, for lending a hand as well. Over the last few weeks, their ARMOR team, made up of 6 fifth graders, has started sharing their message of positivity and selflessness through their school via our live video announcements on YouTube and over their PA system each day. The group is excited to work on a couple of new video ideas this week. Wellness Wednesdays have begun at Kennedockly, and from the start of April through the end of the school year. classes are encouraged to participate in wellness activities in the following categories: strength and endurance, agility and flexibility, mind and body, and cardio. After the first 2 rounds, their school has completed almost 50 activities. And for Grace Creek, 4th grade students had the opportunity to visit and tour the state capitol as well as a museum on Thursday, April 7th. 3rd grade students also traveled to Harrisburg that same week to visit the Whitaker Center and IMAX movie. Students in 3rd and 4th grade continue to prepare for the York County Envirothon, which will be held on Tuesday, May 10th. Their team will compete against other 3rd and 4th grade teams throughout the county. The competition will include aquatics, forestry, and wildlife. We wish them good luck as we finalize our team roster. Finally, 5th grade students are working on Genius Hour projects. Several student groups have presented their ideas to Dr. Walker as they completed the design phase. Some of the student projects are public service announcement and a skit for anti-bullying, a bake sale and a bracelet sale for autism awareness, and a public service announcement and skit for Earth Day. Now I'll pass it over.
At the middle school, 26 students in grades 6 through 8 were recognized as Knights of the Round Table on March 25th. The Armor team planned a St. Patrick's Day themed relay as a competition between the 3 grade levels and a staff team. Great job wearing your armor and being an example to the entire school community. On Tuesday, April 12th, U.S. Congressman Lloyd Smucker from Kiew's 11th Congressional District came to the middle school and spoke to all 8th grade students about a variety of political topics. A special thanks to our American Foundation teachers, Mr. Marcini and Mr. Trabocock, for coordinating this special event. On Wednesday, April 13th, the Armor team planned and hosted a team competition day to celebrate 75,000 live school points. The entire day was made up of competitions ranging from STEM engineering challenge to team kickball and a free throw contest in the gym emceed by administration. All students also received a special snack in the cafeteria during lunch. Special thanks to the Armor team and the entire staff for pulling this special day together. In the high school, the staff versus student basketball game was a huge success. Youthon raised over $5,000 for the year between the football game in the fall and the basketball game this spring. The musical James and the Giant Peach was also a huge success, and it was really nice to have a musical after the last few years. NHS presented a check of over $600 to the Horn Farm through the Penny Boys fundraiser. They are looking at ways to restore the farmhouse and use it for educational purposes after the fire. 10th grade participated in a Junior Achievement STEM Day last week, which allowed them to explore future careers in STEM fields. The high school held a spring pep rally last Wednesday before break to showcase spring sports and some new clubs. For a sports update, spring sports have been off to a busy season. Baseball is 4-3, softball 4-4, boys lacrosse 4-5, girls lacrosse 4-4, and boys volleyball, which was able to get a team together this year, is 0-7. And shout out to Victoria Zerby, who has scored over 100 career goals in lacrosse. There's a VFW dinner tomorrow for the winners of the Voice of Democracy essay contest. And on Thursday, 11th grade will participate in a Junior Achievement Personal Finance Day. The SAT will be held here the SAT will be held at EYSD on April 26th. 8th graders will be visiting on April 29th for our 9th grade visitation. The academic awards will be on May 4th, and prom is May 13th. The AP exams are coming up at the beginning of May, and Keystones will be at the end of May. Seniors met today to discuss the end of the year events and graduation. And lastly, for some music info, May 6th is the Music in the Parks at Hershey. May 10th is the Tri-M induction and concert choir. May 12th is band concert, and May 20th is the orchestra concert. Thank you.
Thank you. And the same with the two of you. I know you guys have busy schedules, so if you want to leave, like I said, feel free. Thank you for everything tonight. Okay, educational presentation. Dr. Becker.
Yes, we have Mr. Matt Freed here.
We have Mr. Matt Freed here to share information with you about our primary level grading and reporting system that we've been implementing. Give you an update on that.
All right, hello again. So just a quick update on where we are with badging at the elementary level. So really what this is about, as I mentioned earlier, is transparency, this idea that if we have this information that's out there that's usable to our teachers, it ought to be usable for our students and for our families also. It'll help our teachers become better teachers, it'll help our students be able to take more ownership of their learning and become more empowered, and it'll help our families become more greatly engaged in what's going on, because if they're armed with that information before going into, let's say, like a parent-teacher conference or something of that sort, they're going to be able to ask much more better pointed questions. And ultimately what we're working towards is to have a more authentic learning experience, and that's all about having our students be more aware of what they're ready for and what their interests are, so they can really make informed choices about the type of activities that they might choose to go about learning something new, to practice what they're learning, and then to be able to show evidence of what they're learning to others. So currently, we're in the 21-22 school year, so as you see, we have full implementation right now in kindergarten and first grade of our badging tool, and we are getting second grade ready to go for next year. The plan for next year then is second grade will be implementing our badging fully, and we will be working through third and fourth grade, and then following year then we would get fifth grade started with their planning and development and have everybody up and running hopefully by 24-25, if not maybe a little bit sooner. So I have a quick video I want to share with you of some different students that have talked a little bit about badging. And coincidentally, Keegan, who I presented earlier tonight, he's in a class right now that is using badging, and Katie's here. She said she'd make herself available if we had any kind of questions or anything that we'd like to ask of her from the parent perspective. I'm hoping the audio works. If not, I'll just go to the backup plan. Alrighty, so we're in one of those situations here where we have students that are saying really awesome things. Clearly it was Easter, getting ready for Easter. This was last week. Students from Wrightsville that are sharing. So Blaine, unless you have a quick fix for having the audio come through our TVs, I will audible and we'll do something else.
Yeah, I mean, if the volume's on yours, it should transfer.
All right. Okay. Well,
is it down on the TV up there on the right-hand side?
Would be that TV. It's the main TV.
Yeah. Let me try one other thing here on my end, because I don't think I have the option. Or I could do one of these, like hold it next to the microphone things and see how that goes.
Yeah,
Sometimes that works.
Capabilities to make learning transparent and connect our students and families like never before. At Eastern York, we strive to inspire joy and passion for lifelong learning. Our learners will develop mastery of critical academic content and essential transferable skills and dispositions that are necessary for a lifetime of success. The Mastery Badging program is student-focused and teacher-driven. In order to teach and learn to the edges, we needed a way in which to track students' success as they work towards mastering critical content. The Mastery Badging program allows for students, teachers, and family members to stay up to date with a child's academic progress in real time. From standards mastery to individual skills assessment tracking to a robust family resource center, everyone will have access to valuable data and information to support every student towards their goals.
Mr. Freed, quick question for you. If I understand this right,
It's not a.
So, yeah, working hard, and so far we're getting opinion writing. So my post kept telling me how many badges I get. Like, if I earn this one, Mr. Master will put a punch in here, and then I have more.
What you have to practice what the badge is. And you have to work for it. The first is Papa's and Zappy's, because Papa needs to buy an idea and what you're thinking about it, and Zappy got it. And then you also can learn about doing needs. You can learn doing needs to earn needs. every day.
That, like, I already got 3D shapes already, and I got flat shapes ready. All done, and I like that.
An opinion writing. We are right now working on opinion writing. And then I had subtraction. And I'm another day with reading. Then I know all my ciphers. And these are all the sounds for letters.
It makes me learn more on these badges.
Badges make you work harder. You see them on the computers, and you know that you got, like you click on your name and then you can see all the badges you got. But it's more than this. And pop buzz is that big. Pop, you got something in your head. Zap, pop, buzz, you learn it. You're learning it. And zap, you got it.
All right, so the pop, buzz, and zap thing, that's from Brain Awareness Week. So they're talking about how their neurons make connections and they practice and they, buzz and then they zap and everything slams together and you learn something new. So you heard that reference a couple times. It's really in vogue right now in a lot of our elementary buildings. So anyway, I did ask Katie earlier, like, hey, what do you think of how badging is going? And I think Keegan's experience kind of mirrors what some of those other students said. I don't know if you wouldn't mind just, you don't have to come up to the mic necessarily, but like if you have something on your mind that you'd like to contribute.
Thank you. My pleasure. Hi, I'm Katie Barnett. Not only am I a parent, I've also been a kindergarten and first grade educator for 16 years. And badging is awesome. Not just from the parent perspective, but from the student perspective. He comes home, he's enthralled with being able to show me when he's mastered his badge, but also his progress towards his badge. And it is fascinating to watch a 5 or 6-year-old explain their own learning and say, hey, I learned this and I'm going to learn this next. They're able to see where the standards are actually designed to take them based on their grade level and their ability, and also see when they've exceeded them, which is such a powerful thing to give to a young learner, and also to bring home and engage the parent in those types of conversations as well. And it's really nice to see that transparency happen. It's difficult to look at a test grade and say, oh, my child got an A, that's awesome, but how are they really bringing that forward into their other learning and applying that? Are they just checking it off the list, which is not what badging is. They're looking at true application and mastery and understanding and ownership of that. So it's a really nice system. It's very motivating for the younger kids. And it's been really fun to get to see him engage with that throughout the year.
Amazing, thank you. Very good, yeah. So any questions either for me or of Katie or Keegan?
I have one.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, is this a student-driven thing? So they do this on the computer on their own, so they have to be motivated to, do they do it at home? Do they do it in the classroom?
So yeah, it's actually the teacher uses this almost like, think of like a report card. This is in essence replacing kind of what a traditional report card would look like. So the teacher, rather than putting their grade in and the student has a 70 or a C, or they have some other kind of thing written there, they would have whether their badge is, if it's completely filled in, that means they mastered whatever that skill or that content was. If it's in progress, you're able to see there's usually like a scale that goes along with it, so you can see, maybe I understand some basic concepts about this thing, but I can't quite do that application level task. So at the moment, the teacher is the one that's entering that information in. Where the students interact with it, Keegan, how do you use it? I'm putting you on the spot now, but you're so articulate. Oh, look at those eyes. Oh, okay. That's all right. No, that was cruel of me.
For kindergarten, it broke it down, not just did he know his letter sounds, it showed me what sounds he did or did not know, and if he was applying them inside, not just in isolation, but in his words and then within text. So it was a really nice way for all of that to link together. But they had, Mr. Young, his teacher, has folders for them for each badge based on what progress they've made through the badge. And they'll bring those folders home as they complete them and get the next one. So they are moving themselves. It's a nice mix, I would say, of teacher-driven, but student, there's still some independence with that.
Yeah, we're really trying to get the students to become more independent learners, but if they don't have an awareness of where they are in the scheme of things, it's tough for them to make choices about, you know, what difficulty or challenge they're ready for. So that's where the student would look at that and be able to quickly understand, okay, yeah, I already mastered this, it's time for me to move on to the next skill or next piece of content. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, I would love to come into a classroom sometime and see it actually in real time.
Yeah, and we can definitely do a demo or something for you at some point too. That's something that we can sort out. So, any other questions? I know, Mr. Zepp, you had something earlier?
My question was beautifully answered in several ways. My grandson was doing this, and he said he had a badge that he was working towards, and he was showing me all this stuff, and it was really cool and very motivating. It's very cool to watch a kindergartner be self-motivated to learn, and they want to earn the badges. I guess the only question I have is, other than parents giving rewards if they're watching their child move through this, do they get rewards, do they get badges, that kind of stuff? I guess the badge is the reward.
I mean, yeah, they're very, as you said, they're very motivated, very excited to get these, like, unsolicited. I'll just be out, you know, at the bus line or car ride line, and students will just walk up and tell you, like, hey, I just earned my whatever badge that day, and they're just,
that's so cool.
Yeah, that's enough for them. They're very excited about it. Yeah, good question. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you very much. Let me know if you have any other questions.
That's it all.
Yeah, this is all elementary buildings. Right now, kindergarten and first grade, starting second grade next year, and then working our way up. All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time I have a presentation. Mark Keller, you come down. We want to honor Mark. We didn't get a chance to do this a month or so ago. Mark has served on the school board for 17 years. That's correct, 17 years. So we have a plaque for him. And then we have a thing here that will go in our boardroom down in Riceville that will hang there forever. So Mark, I'd like to have you come up. Again, Mark, thank you for your years of service to the district. Okay, Dr. Mancuso, are you next?
Yes, Mr. Scott Cousin from Crabtree Warbong Associates is here this evening. If you recall from our last board meeting, when Scott gave a presentation on the different options for potential intermediate, a new intermediate school, as well as potential some restoration at our buildings. One of the items that the board had asked Scott to come back with was a new building at Craig's Creek to take a look at that. So Scott is here this evening to present that. So Scott, all yours.
Thank you. So as Dr. Mancuso suggested, we're here to look at that same option that was similar to the option at Canadockley to do a new school and then consolidate to Craig's Creek and Graceville, so that would consist of a new school at Craig's Creek and then renovation of additions to Graceville. So if you go to that first slide there, or the next slide. So this is a site plan of how that concept would work at Craig's Creek. It's similar to what we looked at Canadockley. The only difference here is you don't have as much land area and space to work with, so you kind of see the outline. It's hard to see on the screen, but right in the middle of that orange block is kind of the outline of the existing building. So the challenge here would be that you would have to build a portion of the new construction, and then as that opens up, you move kids into there, knock down a piece of the existing building, and then finish the construction So it'd be a more of a complex phase project. Now that's if you were to leave kids here during that project. As a result of the tighter site, we have, of course, tighter parking areas and play areas and some underground storm and some things like that. So this would add a little bit of cost over what we're looking at Candockley. You'll see that in a second. The other thing to mention, as with any site that we've looked at, we have some zoning restrictions that are in place. So this one, there's a maximum lot coverage of 35%. Means you can't have more than 35% impervious. Of course, with this plan, you'd exceed that, so you would need a zoning variance if you chose to move forward with this option. Go to the next slide. So this is basically what you saw the last time I was here for the Wrightsville K-5 plan, looking at doing the addition to expand the capacity for a few classrooms, plus a separate gymnasium to be able to schedule the kitchen, cafeteria and the gymnasium throughout the day. Go to the next slide. And then this is the cost. So the Wrightsville ad reno option is the same as what we looked at before. The new K-5 at Price Creek, once again, is slightly higher than the Candockley option. That was very similar to it. That's because of those phasing complexes issues, and also the tighter site constraints, having to do some underground stormwater management and things like that. So it's about $1.5 million higher than the Candockley option at $43.3 million. So that's kind of a summary of the option you asked us to look at Craig's Creek. Are there any questions on this option?
Are you done with your presentation, Scott? I got a general question.
Sure. Fire away.
What's our next step here? This is stuck in the mud. It's costing us more money by cost of materials and everything. The cost of just the process is now becoming arduous. And renovating our existing buildings is going to become costly because they're very old. We've been band-aiding things for quite some time. What's our next step?
So, from what we talked about the last meeting, you have an appeal out there, and I think the next step would be obviously wait for that appeal before you can go forward with any decision, but certainly in the meantime, it's to narrow down what is Plan B should you not be granted that appeal. So, we looked at another option on this campus where we can fit the school versus the Mount Pisgah site, and that involves flats, fields. And we looked at the Candockley, a new school there, and now a new school here. So you have kind of 3 Plan B options. I think you got to narrow down which one is the best, because like you said, I always have a conversation with folks in the office and other people about that. This 1980s is the last time you renovated your elementary schools. I think in my career I've never come across schools that haven't gone that far without a renovation.
Well, we're very frugal, and we're trying to get things right. We don't like to spend money,
absolutely,
obviously.
Yeah.
But the issue is, I guess, we're at an impasse. But renovating very, very old buildings, I don't know. I'm just becoming frustrated with the process because the cost continuously goes up no matter what we do. Keep the old buildings, it's going way, way up. Yeah. Even the cost of steel, when we look at this stuff, because of our delay, went exponentially up. What'd you say, we couldn't even get steel in the United States here, is what the story was?
There was, that was at the onset of COVID, and then, after COVID, we had the largest construction price increase over a couple of years, and probably the last, 30, 40 years. So yeah, construction costs continue to rise. Back to your comments about the existing buildings, it's still, when you look at the dollars and cents of a new cost of new construction versus addition renovation, addition renovation is less expensive, but the fact is your 3 buildings is more building than you need. We talked about it. You're flat with declining enrollment, you have more space than you need across 3 elementary schools. So consolidation is the right answer. The question is, which version of consolidation.
Cost of maintaining the 3 elementary schools.
Oh, yeah,
is
yeah,
horrific.
I'm sure Todd's run out of Band-Aids, so.
All right, thanks for letting me complain.
Sure. Any other questions?
When will we see you again, Scott?
Whenever you have me back, you know, that's one thing you're not spending costs on, because we're an existing client, we're doing these studies for free, so.
Just like Sam's?
So you're not, the clock's not ticking on us, but yeah, whenever you need information from us or.
When's the decision supposed to come down? Sorry, that's a bad, did I just rip a scab?
Mr. Zepp would probably be waiting another 4 or 5 months potentially for that decision. We could have, in the meantime, while we're waiting, we could have a board workshop with Scott to go further in depth with the different options, should that be the desire of the board to look at that while we're waiting. That would be something that we could work with Scott on taking a look at and fine tuning actually what option B would be. So if we would not be successful at our land use appeal, we would have our plan ready to go to move forward with option B.
Yeah, I just don't want us to get caught in discussions for months and months and months while pricing continues to skyrocket. If we do have those 4 months, it might make sense to do a workshop, to go over options, the most cost-effective, the most logistically economic way to go would be.
And I always say I'll provide any information, any questions that I can answer for cost to logistics, to phasing, to constructability. But in the end, you know, it's your guys' decision. You're going to know what's best for your community, what's best educationally for you. I think that's the reason why you went down the path to begin with where you did, because that was the best educationally. The good news for you is, well, you can good or bad, that most of these options are right in the same ballpark for costs. We're not talking about something that's, 10, 15% less one way or the other. So really, you can kind of take the cost kind of mostly out of the picture and make your decision based on what's best for the education of the kids. So.
I think I saw, am I wrong for saying that there was a $5 million increase because of the weight?
I would say that's conservative. I would say
I thought it was 7, but I'm reading 5.
If we go back to when we first started the process, I can bring that information to you. I don't have it in front of me.
No, we've been going over this for 5 years.
Yeah.
So, no, that's all right. No, I'm good, Scott.
Okay. Anything else?
Thanks, Scott.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Becker and Dr. Mancuso. Okay, we reached the point of the agenda for hearing of the patrons. This is on agenda items only. So at this point, it would just be to speak on things that are on our agenda for tonight. There'll be another opportunity at the end that you can speak on any topic. Do we have anybody hearing the patrons for agenda items?
Laurie Lehman, Helm Township. So I did not realize, Scott, that you were going to be here tonight to present this, and I think this is awesome. You know, I've not wanted this new school to be built for quite a few reasons, and I think that this cost is basically the same as what your new school would be. My question is, since I'm just learning about this, is that $43 million, does that include all 3 schools, Kennedockley, Wrightsville, and Craig's Creek?
No, that would be closing of one of the schools.
Okay.
So each of these options, once again, consolidated. But are those presentations on the website?
Yes, they are.
So they're on the website.
So what school, elementary, are you looking to close?
Depending on the option, one was.
We're not sure yet.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I know, Rich, you're for the new school, and the renovating isn't as bad as what some of you are trying to think that it is when you renovate an old school. Scott, I think I told you at previous board meetings, I saw what you did at the Mechanicsburg School, renovating that. Really, really nice. So don't be afraid of renovating existing schools.
We renovated the high school.
Yes, exactly. So don't be afraid that.
We're not afraid of it. I just looked at the cost of, I'm sorry, Lori, this is your time.
That's all right. That's
My
okay.
apologies.
But, and also, I mean, I brought this to you before, people moved in the community where they're at, Kennedockley, Wrightsville, Craig's Creek, because their kids can walk to and from school. If you build the school up here, we already have busing issues. You're gonna be busing a whole lot of kids up here to a school, and you may find yourselves in a lot of problems with that. I think this is great. I'm glad that you were here to talk about this. So I just wanted to mention Mechanicsburg School I've seen, and did you do the high school as well?
That's currently in done.
No, when we renovated it, was it your company that renovated the school?
The new addition that's going on now?
No, the past, when we renovated years ago.
We did the middle school, and we did every other school, and we're in the process of shuffling the addition and doing a renovation.
Okay. So, I know they do good work, so I'm all for the renovating. Thank you.
Anybody else for agenda items?
I just had a quick, Troy Livingston, Lower Windsor Township. I just had a quick question on the superintendent's report under policy. It says it's a first reading tonight, so will they be read tonight, the entire text?
No.
No? Are you voting on it tonight?
We're just voting on the first reading.
What does that mean?
Well, go ahead, Alex.
When we have policy revisions, Mr. Livingston, what we do is we share those policies with the board based on the recommended revisions, and then it sits for a certain number of days, and then we come back for a second reading, and then the board would approve those as new policies.
And would that be at the next board meeting?
Correct, yes.
Okay. In the meantime, are district residents able to get those texts and read those as well? So if we had any input with our representatives, we could pass that along?
If there's a specific policy or all of them, yes, we've shared those before.
Okay, and do we just write to you for that?
You can write to me or to Mrs. Good.
Okay.
She can let me know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Aren't they already on the agenda manager?
They are for the board, I believe they're out for the board only.
Oh, just the board under?
Correct.
Dr. Mancuso, after they get first reading, and then the second reading to sit for 30 days, does that sit in the public?
Public gets access to during that period.
We have not had.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you. I didn't want to interrupt you, but you're
That's all right.
talking and I can't hear you. Somebody stole your mic, they stole mine, I don't know.
John's always taking my mic. Sorry. My question was about the policies that they were sitting. I thought that they were made public after the first reading, but their policies, once the board approves the policies, they go out, then they're made public once they're voted on. But curriculum is made public. That was my...
For 30 days.
For 30 days. That was the difference. I thought that they were all set for 30 days, but they are not for policy.
And Mr. Harris, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe there's a specific protocol for one way or the other.
Nope, your board policy actually says what you do on that one.
Let's change the board policy.
We'll review that policy on Mr. Reese's.
Okay. So let me just make sure you understand what was just done, okay?
That's why I came back.
Okay. Most of us thought that Mr. Shelley, most of us thought that once the first reading is done for the board, we review it and we look at policy. If there's no changes to that, then it goes and sits for the next 30 days. We thought that was public, but it's not. The curriculum is made public. We just asked our solicitor why, and he said, well, there's a board policy telling us to, when we make these policies public. So we're going to see about changing our policy when the public sees our policy. So we're going to look at making that change.
I think that's a good policy. And I think that answered my question. But just to confirm, I can get it anyway, right? I just have to ask for it. But you're looking to make it more transparent, which I think is what we're all driving at.
Yeah, there's no big secret here.
Right.
No argument.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Secretary's report, Mrs. Weaver.
Thank you. Am I loud enough because I don't have a mic? Can you hear me, Mr.
Yeah,
Shelley?
let's give you that one right there.
Oh,
Who's on the mic set?
There is none.
That's all we have.
We have more.
Can't we afford a couple more in my seat?
yeah. I'd be asking for a motion for item 8.1, which is 8.11 through 8.14.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for 8.1 through 8.4. Any questions, comments at all?
No, wait, you're going all the way up to 8.4.
No, just 8.1.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8.1 through 8.14. That's my mistake. Sorry about that.
8.4, okay.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments at all? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
On 8.2, we would be making, the administration would be asking to approve the proposed final budget for the 22-23 school year and set the total expenditures at $52,352,738. And that is the same as scenario 2 that's been discussed in the past 2 budget and finance meetings.
Motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Questions, comments?
Yeah, a couple questions here. You're on 8.2, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the first of 2 approvals, mandatory approvals?
Yes, correct. This is the proposed final budget, and the final budget would be the next approval.
Okay, would you explain what the difference could be or may be between now and then?
Yes. So the proposed final sets your total expenditures, and it allows 30 days for the public to actually do it. Well, it's actually 20 days, 10 days for the administration to actually put it on the state format, and then 20 days for the public to actually view it. We could make changes between now and the final approval, but we could make decreases in the total expenditures, but not increases without it sitting for another 30 days.
This action at one time was called a preliminary budget. Is that?
You are correct, yes.
And that's no different then than it is now.
Yes, the wording is just different.
The wording.
Yes.
Okay, and I didn't quite understand what you said about increasing expenditures, but not,
That we could reduce the expenditures between now and May, but if we increase the expenditures, we would have to have another proposed final budget approved before the final budget.
that's the way I understood. And what are you voting on? Just this one or 8.2?
I was just on 8.2 to set the proposed final budget at the expenditures of $52,352,738. That is the motion with the first and the second.
Mrs. Weaver, can we make a motion to vote on scenario 3?
I believe, yes, there's a motion on the floor for this one, and if that motion would fail, then you could add that as the next motion, but there is a first and second.
Okay.
And what was your question?
I wanted to put scenario 3 up for a vote, since that's the scenario where there's no tax increase.
I will state that that scenario did have a 2% tax increase and less use of fund balance, or you could have used fund balance.
Yes, and I support using the fund balance.
Right. Yes, and if the administration would have recommended scenario 3, it would have still recommended the 2% tax increase with that. You're not setting the tax increase tonight, you're setting the total expenditures.
Well, and scenario 2, it is a possibility that we would not have a tax increase with scenario 2.
Correct. The recommendation is to do the 2% tax increase and use a portion of the fund balance.
If we use the whole fund balance for scenario 2, we won't have a tax increase.
And if we use the whole fund balance for scenario 3, we won't have a tax increase and we won't have any new
Right.
hires.
Well, that's the other issue, yes.
So, it seems to be most fiscally responsible if we want to choose.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions? Okay. You want to do a roll call, Mrs. Weaver?
No, we typically, to set the budget, we've always done.
Okay, we'll do roll call.
Mr. Shelley?
No.
Mr. Shevlin?
Yes.
Mr. Zepp?
Yes.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mrs. Bowsman?
Yes.
Mr. Lentz?
Yes.
Mr. Reese?
Yes.
Mrs. Rohrbach?
No.
And Mr. Malone?
Yes.
That motion carries. Then I would be asking for a motion for 8.3 through 8.6.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 8.3 through 8.6. Questions, comments at all? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And then I would be asking for a motion for 9.1 through 9.4.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 9.1 through 9.4. Any questions or comments at all? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And then the last item I have, I'd be asking for a motion for 10.1.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second on 10.1. Any questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Weaver.
Thank you.
Superintendent's report, Dr. Mancuso.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Superintendent report for personnel, motion to approve 11.1 through 11.3.5.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 11.1 through 11.35. Any questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
12.0, superintendent report curriculum, motion to approve 12.1 and 12.2.
Motion.
So a motion and a second on 12.1 through and 12.2. Any questions or comments?
Just a second, let me think this out here. I have a question, and I'm not sure why. 12.2, I'm not sure what that means. Can you give me an explanation?
We would have a student, Mr. Shelley, who is requesting to do an independent study, which is a course that would not be offered at the high school, but they would be working with a teacher individually to develop the course, and then that teacher would evaluate that student based on the work they're doing in that course independently, by themselves, with the teacher. And these are typical annual approvals.
Is this something done in the past?
Yes, yes.
Can you give me an explanation?
I mean, the explanation I just gave you is the past approvals as well. Are you looking for the specific course?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm not sure. I'm going to say if Mr. Ricker's still here or not.
Young ladies right there in the audience, yes.
Should I tell them?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Oh, well,
Okay. You want me to talk into a microphone, Mr. Shelley?
Sure, so he can hear you.
Okay.
You want to come up and grab this?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. So I'm doing a gifted independent study, which is like a college level course. And I'm going to be taking a course called Egyptology, which is the study of ancient Egypt. It's not offered here at the high school, but I'm very interested in it. So I'm going to work with a teacher here at the high school, Mrs. Muldowney, and another teacher here, who is actually my gifted seminar teacher, Mrs. Pilates. And I'm going to write one research paper, and I'm going to go through a college level textbook and another supplemental textbook on mummification.
And one teacher is going to teach this.
I do it on my own, so it's an independent study. I do it by myself, and then every week I take my work to Mrs. Muldowney, and she will grade it and check it, and I will check in with her.
Okay.
Thank you. Does that help, Mr. Shelley?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And Superintendent's Report Policy, motion to approve 13.1 through 13.7, first readings of the policies.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on 13.1 through 13.7?
And just to let you know, a lot of these policies, and unfortunately it's the attorney's fault, because all of it is trying to get us up to date to school code, new school law, and new Supreme Court decisions, state court decisions, and we're just constantly making changes because they're changing things daily, weekly. Right, sir?
That's right, I'll take the blame.
Yeah, I have a question about, it's 218.1. The question is, it just read odd to me that the board shall expel for a period of not less than 1 year. Then later in that paragraph, it says the superintendent may recommend modifications of such expulsion. So, are you making the recommendation to the board for a lesser? Is that what that?
No, that would mean that we would fully expel the student, but I would have the ability to make that less than the 1 year expulsion.
So you're superseding the policy. I'm just.
Correct, and that policy, that language exists now, Mr. Lentz, in the current policy. Chris, anything to add there?
That language actually comes straight out of the school code as well. It's written funny in the school code, I understand, but that's how it's written.
Okay, well, I read funny sometimes.
I wouldn't say it's you on this one.
The other thing for the board with a lot of these policies, with recent changes in school safety and security, the district is required to have a threat assessment team so that there should be something that could potentially be a concern. We would gather our threat assessment team, evaluate all the information that we have around a particular threat or behavior that's being displayed. And you'll see this through many of these policies because it is now a requirement of all school districts to have a threat assessment team. So you'll see a lot of that language. That's pretty much the major revisions to all these policies. It has the language about a threat assessment. Okay, any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And last item on the superintendent report, new business motion to approve 14.1.
Motion. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 14.1. Any questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mancuso.
Quick question on the veteran. Is the veteran able to come here and get their certificate?
He's coming on graduation.
Okay, I didn't read the whole thing, thank you.
Yep. Okay, President's report. Just a couple of things I have, especially for the newer board members. Graduation will be on June 1st, and at the next meeting we should have the board member tickets, correct? So just put that on your calendars for June 1st is graduation.
I'm looking to the high school principal and he's shaking his head, we will.
Okay. I just wanted to give the board a heads up that when graduation is. And yeah, I believe we're planning for outside, but we'll have the inside set up as well, correct? Okay. The only other thing that I wanted to mention tonight, we do want to set up some building tours and some classroom visitations. So what we'll do, we will get some dates out. Correct, Dr. Mancuso? Can you get some dates out to the board? There's some possibilities that might work for everybody to do, like I said, some building tours and some classroom tours.
Right, we would invite all the board members to come to one of our buildings at a specified time. We would look, for instance,
the board may be interested, or the building principal may be interested in taking it to us a classroom where they're employing one of our learning plans, or looking at mastery badging in action, spend a few minutes in that classroom and then move to another classroom. We may decide that an hour is the amount of time that the board wants to spend at that building. We'll meet in the lobby, get some information from the building principal, and then that principal will take us through some of the classrooms to visit.
And if you could give us some dates, just because we want to avoid like the testing and all that.
Right, and it would be, we have PSSA testing over the next couple of weeks, so it would most likely be after May 4th, somewhere right around there that we would do that. And that would be for all board members. We would be inviting all board members who would be able to make it and go through the buildings.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Committee reports. We'll go right down the list. Mr. Chevalier, Budget and Finance, and then you can go right into operations.
Sure. Budget and Finance actually had 2 meetings, one last week and one just prior to this one. We went over the proposed preliminary budget, which was approved on tonight's agenda. Operations, I guess we just went over a couple of projects that...
Those 3 items we approved tonight, Mr. Chevalier, on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Too many meetings.
Mr. Reese, co-curriculum.
Yeah, co-curricular meets the first Friday in May at 11 o'clock up here. Hopefully, Mr. Hoover, will we have a report from our contractor yet?
We won't have it. We told him June, Mr.
Oh, you told him June?
Yeah. He needed a little bit more time than just the month to complete the athletic field study.
Okay. All right, so, all right. But we'll have a number of items to look at. One of the things we're also going to be looking at is what we charge to run our facilities, the use of our facilities by other outside groups.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reese. You want to go into policy? I mean, we just did them.
Sure, we just did them.
Okay. Mr. Shelley, York County School of Technology.
Okay, Mr. Bailey, oh, I'm sorry, they stole that out of the back. Am I clear? Okay. Mr. Bailey and I attended the last vocational technical meeting on March 24th, and he usually is my chauffeur in his great big black tank. But this year, or this month, he took me for a ride in a brand new sports car, and you might want to ask him about it. It's beautiful and a pleasure. Thank you. Anyhow, it wasn't a lot going on. This is the second of 2 in a row in-person meeting. It was announced that 490 new students were accepted for next year for the 22-23 class, the vocational technical school. That means it's a total of 1,718 scheduled. That will change due to some students changing their mind or various other reasons. We'll give opportunities for additional students who are on the waiting list to come in. It's my understanding that the business managers were notified of the numbers expected for next year, and that reason was for them to prepare their local budget to support the vocational school budget. And Eastern has the current enrollment is 91. Next year's proposed is 95. Now, let me see. As announced by our chairperson, our commencement at Eastern is June the 1st. Vocation, or the VOTEC schools is June the 7th at 5 p.m. at the York Expo Center. And they're not the same day as they were last year, if you remember. It was reported at the last meeting that the chief operating official at the vocational school, Dr. David Thomas, was retiring. We had not heard that, but we did hear that evening, And it is true, he is leaving after 12 and a half years and serving his time, which he expected to serve 10 years. And he justified why he was doing that. He had many different personal reasons because, and the board supported him and wished him well. But he will be leaving the end of this year, which will be, I guess, June 30th. And he'll talk about his replacement. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we do have a person in place and is certified, and went on to explain to us that the field is quite small in getting a new person because you have to be certified in the vocational education. I did not know that. I'm just sharing it with you, and that field is very small. But we have a person in-house that's prepared and probably will be recommended. I believe that's the end of my report. I think Mr. Bailey is going to add to this. He said he was, and he could have changed his mind, but I'm sure he will. Mr. Bailey.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to highlight Ryan Bradley. He's a student here. He was a student here at Eastern, but he's at VOTEC now. He's in his senior year, taking early childhood development. Ryan had the lead role at Beauty and the Beast, which is VOTEC's musical this year. Ryan and all the students and the staff involved did an amazing job putting on a fantastic performance. Ryan also is a member of Troop 26. He's also recommended for Eagle Scout of the Month for the Eagle Project, a public chessboard that sits at the Riverfront Park here in Wrightsville. So I just wanted to recognize Ryan, which he's here now. Just want to say that, Ryan. He was amazing. He did a wonderful job there as well, and looking for a bright future for Ryan. Thanks again, guys.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I'd like to say a word. We both attended the performance with our family on separate days. I didn't know when you went to. I was awed by your performance. Technology has left me behind. I'm 86 years, and I hope you understand, but they don't have programs in there. Well, why don't you have a program? Well, the guy said it's on your ticket. Well, what in the world does that mean? Well, they showed me how to flip it off in front of the computer, and there it was. Well, the reason I wondered, I just wish that somebody from Eastern would have been on that play. And the performance that you did, I couldn't wish for a better performance. And from Eastern, I personally am so proud of you. And I'm asking, are you performing at all in the Polo Center this coming weekend? Are you in on that? You don't know?
Yes, the encores?
You're going?
Yes.
As a performer?
As a performer.
Wonderful, wonderful. Anybody can go and see that. This guy, did you ever do this before, perform like that?
I have, but this is my first.
He didn't only perform, he could sing, he could dance. Oh my. It was just wonderful, and I do appreciate it, and I certainly am proud. And Mr. Bailey, I talked to him about it, he said, yeah, I know that man. I said, oh my God. It was just wonderful. And I'm not knocking our performance. I saw our performance, and our performance was well too. But you just stood out. Yeah, we need to say something. And thank you, Mr. Bailey, for saying that.
Thank you, sir.
Again, congratulations. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Mr. Zepp, York County School and Technology Authority and York Adams Academy.
Yeah, the meeting was canceled. We paid $4,173 in bills. That was it, pretty uneventful. We do have a meeting, they're going to meet to do the pre-construction of the bathrooms for the gym. That's happening. So that's it for York County. It's pretty uneventful. The meeting was canceled, just just small stuff, business office stuff.
Okay, thank you.
And York Adams Academy, we did have a meeting. We are going to be hiring some, well, budgetary, we're okay with budgets, we're looking fine there, nothing out of whack, we're healthy. And then we're looking at hiring somebody at the end of the year, sometime next year, which is a social worker type of person because of the population we serve. We've had a tremendous amount of students that need a lot of help outside of school. So we want to provide a little bit more, because of that population that we're serving, there's just so much of that the teachers and the administrator is taking on personally. They want to provide more services for that student population. We heard some very heartbreaking stories. I don't want to share, but this is indeed a very, very needed position for York Adams Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Zepp. Mrs. Rohrbal, anything for LIU?
You'll find the minutes attached to your agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody sees some dates of things that are coming up. We reached the point for final board member comments. Any final board member comments or questions?
Yep, I want to jump on what Mr. Shelley said about the Votex musical. I attended our musical here, and I thought it was fantastic. The orchestra was great, the kids were great. It was
Thank you.
good to see us back into the musical business.
Good.
Jason, when those forms we got to fill out every year, did everybody get them in? Those ethics forms?
Yeah, the ethics forms are due by May 1st. If you didn't get them in, you need to get them in.
You still got them? We just changed the date every year. What is it? Did we get it?
Yeah, you received them, and I sent, yeah.
Did I get it?
I thought you already did this, Mr. Zupp.
Of course I did.
Ethics forms.
I have.
Can you double check that so we don't get a, Ms. Weaver, can you
I'll double check
everybody so we don't get that nasty man?
Anybody else? Mr. Shelley?
Well, I know our annual banquet's coming up, stopping here, and I'm just wondering if our solicitor is gonna talk at that. He doesn't say much here, I just wonder if he's gonna talk at the banquet. There we go.
I absolutely will be talking. What will my subject be? I don't know yet, but I imagine it's going to be entertaining, it's going to be fun, and you're going to absolutely love it.
Thank you.
I'm going
Wait
to
to see.
thing on Thursday. Is anybody going?
That's the Y-Cal dinner.
Yeah.
I believe you, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Shelley, and Mrs. Rohrbal are attending.
Along with myself and Mr. Campbell from the high school, who's the diversified occupations coordinator.
Thursday, all schools?
Heritage Hills, yeah.
Heritage Hills.
Okay. Anybody else any final comments or questions? Okay, we've reached the point for final patron comments. Hold on, Lindsay, don't take mine or Chris's mic. No, so if you don't, you can take one of the others. Yeah, you can take that one. And we do have quite a few here tonight, and I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak, so Mrs. Good's going to time you for 3 minutes. And again, we're just doing that so everybody gets an opportunity. So, final patron comments, come on up.
Christopher Montecchio, Elm Township. This is something related to intake for kindergarten students. I'm new to the district. My son just went through his first intake, and from a parent standpoint, I think it would be beneficial to have some kind of feedback after the intake assessment. There is nothing given to a parent after that intake assessment is done, so I think it would be helpful from a parent standpoint to get some kind of quick report card on where they stand going into the kindergarten years.
Chris, you're talking about the screening that
The
you do, a
screening.
little bit of feedback on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
just, I'm thinking like half a page that just has, you know, just rough idea of what just happened, where they're at.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah, we'll check into that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Or they'll check into that. I won't. They will check into that.
I thought we did that already. I thought they did. I thought they did that, 'cause my kids got it. He deserves
Well, so I could say from a parent standpoint, I got nothing. My kid came out and I got nothing, and we didn't know how they did, what happened, where we're at, and then we just left.
He's looking, I think, for quick feedback from the screening versus getting something later.
Yeah.
We'll give you some tip, Dr. Becker, you wanna?
Well, Mr. Freed is here, he could probably speak to this a little bit better, but typically, we gather that information and we analyze it, and then we make recommendations to parents for, like, if there's summer work or something like that. So, we do give feedback, but I don't know about immediately, so, but we'll take that into consideration and share that. That must be frustrating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing, oh, go ahead, Lori.
Okay, I'm here to talk in regards to what happened on March 31st at our high school. And I had sent out, I faxed a letter, and it should have went to all of you, but I'm going to read most of it in case you did not receive it. On our children, I have a 9th and an 11th grader here at the high school. When they came home from school, March 31st, they told us about the morning announcements and how 2 students were encouraging the staff and student body to engage in dressing for Pride Day. I called the school immediately to find out what had happened. I asked for the morning announcements to be read back to me. I reached out to the school board members, some of you, not all of you. I reached out to the superintendent's office. After that, which I was told that none of you knew that this was going to happen. I reached out to school board members again, and after that, the principal of our high school sent out a verbal communication, Mr. Rickert, to the parents of the family, stating that this was not intended for any specific group response. That was not the truth. This action was hidden from parents' knowledge. We have rules in place such as parents need to sign for our students to be able to watch or read items that could be controversial, so that a parent is aware of what is planning to be administered to the student body. Where was the warning to the parents for this? I feel it was an attempt to keep the situation quiet and secretly impose upon the students a specific agenda. I watched the video from that morning announcement as it was on YouTube for anybody to watch. I saw 2 students speaking with the rainbow colors behind them, and as we know, rainbow is the sign that God gave us as a promise never to flood the whole earth again. The meaning of those colors on that day are not reflecting that. The colors with the word pride stand for something else in our world today. All students and staff should be respected and treated kindly no matter what they believe in. But when you try to encourage student body to participate in something that's enforcing tolerance and acceptance of something that many feel is wrong and are opposed to, that is wrong and should not be allowed in our schools. We do not have a day where the entire staff and student body are encouraged to dress like Bible characters, memorize Bible verses for a day, and pray over the loudspeaker at lunchtime. As we know, this would cause an uproar for those who do not believe in God. And that is their choice. How do you think students were treated as they came to school not wearing rainbow-colored clothing, as a friend of mine's daughter expressed concern on going to school the next day because she didn't stand for this, and she was afraid of what was going to be said about her. Instead, you had kids wearing black who were in opposition to this Pride Day. You set up division for these students. You're very fortunate that there wasn't a fight, a physical altercation, or worse, when you put that division out there among them. Any person who encourages, I'm sorry, this has to be said, any person who encourages, we know that these kids should not be having sex with kids. When we were in school, abstinence was taught. Anybody who's encouraging a child praising a child, celebrating a child, having sex with a child, whether you're homosexual or heterosexual, should be condemned. And anybody who encourages that in my eyes is a child molester, and this should not take place in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I had the same situation with Pride Day. When I got home from work on Friday, 4/1/22, hearing that the high school celebrated Pride Day, I couldn't help but be bothered by it. My wife and I are not interested in our children being forced to be taught things that we believe in as Christians. The teachings of Jesus Christ are to uphold the biblical principles about one man being married to one woman. Although I have no animosity or no hostility towards anyone who decides to practice this lifestyle, I just feel like it's not right or fair for the curriculum to be taught to our kids in such a way to label people with our religious convictions as people who hate or don't care. We have rights to our own beliefs. By celebrating Pride Day, you are simply introducing an alternate lifestyle that our children are supposed to adopt as their own, and it's just not fair to them. I just hope that every parent who cares will speak up and that the local politicians know that this will not work. I feel that the school district should rid of pride images in the schools and rid of any planned Pride days for the future. Teachers and school employees do not get paid to push their political or personal views onto the students of the district. That's not their place, and the topic of conversation should be left at home. Both of my kids are currently doing charter CCA, and my wife and I are discussing about our kids returning to the high school next year, but are reluctant in doing so because of things like this. It's just not right.
Anybody else?
Can you just make sure you state your name and sign the paper if you are going to speak, just so we have your names for the records? I didn't get your name.
What was your name?
You just make sure you sign it on there, please. So we have.
Jason Lobbensberger.
Thank you.
Mike Leahy, Allen Township. I just want to know, of all yous, who voted for this? Where did this come about? How did it come about? Why did us as parents know what this is going and this is a stink attack? Who has the answer for that? Because I look at yous.
The board did not vote on that. That was an initiative that was driven by the high school administration that decided to do that.
Why was it a sneak attack? Why was it a sneak attack? Why didn't it come out? Why did it come out Thursday morning? All of a sudden, our kids were told this. And then they sent a text message out Thursday evening at 7:30. Who? Come on, talk.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, honestly, I don't.
Okay, well, it was a decision between yous.
No,
it was not a decision between us. It was a decision between the high
The high school
school
administration decided to do that.
Could you speak on it, because we were told that nobody initiated it?
Public comment, I can't speak on that right
But if you're in charge of it, you have to.
Public comment.
It's public comment.
He's not a member of the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do we go then? We want answers.
You're welcome to have a private conversation with the high school principal if you have not yet spoken with him.
Yeah, we'd like to.
Yeah, you
Please
just
reach
call
out
them.
and speak to him.
You know, I did call. They were off that day. Both of them, assistant principal and the principal, or Friday. They were off. They had a Friday and they were off.
I don't believe that's accurate.
Hi, my name's Christy McLaughlin. I'm actually Mr. Brickard's secretary, and I actually...
Okay, I don't...
May I speak?
That's up to
No? I won't speak if I'm not allowed.
I think you should determine if she speaks.
I won't speak if I'm
Because
not
you're an
allowed.
employee,
I will
that's why I'm
ask.
saying that.
If you're speaking from an employee standpoint, you should not be commenting.
Okay, may I comment? Okay, then all right. I won't comment.
Anybody else?
I have the same problem with the day, just showing up
Oh,
at that.
give your name.
Teresa Richardson, Township.
Okay, thank you.
And when my daughter came home, we talked about that. She ended up going to school the next day. She doesn't, she has friends all over school. She, accepts people without maybe accepting that lifestyle. She did say she had different conversations at lunch, and there was, division, and there was unhappiness, and people feeling judged. So maybe it was meant in a kind way to bring the school together, but I think it caused hurt and bad feelings for some reason. I also want to ask about next year's senior AP English class. I heard that it's being canceled. My daughter was really looking forward to doing that with Mr. Schofield. He's a great teacher, so.
Would you say, Bill?
We don't have to.
We don't have enough enrollment for it. Okay.
What is enough enrollment? Do you know?
What is it? Things, I would check with Mr. Rickard on that as well, because I don't know.
If you haven't directed your comments, ma'am, directly to speak with the principal who can answer that versus the Board of School Directors, then I would direct you to speak with Mr. Rickard directly about that as well.
Okay, I thought it was a school board decision.
No,
No.
that would be a decision that Mr. Rickard would make.
I mean, the board does put policy in place, and let's say there has to be so many kids to have a certain class, you know, that type of thing, but I don't know the situation for AP English.
I'm sure it's 15.
I think that's what Dr. Becker said.
I'm looking it up, but I think it's 15.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you come on up?
Josh Falco, Wrightsville. You guys are responsible for any kind of curriculum or any kind of thought process being taught through the school district, right? That should come through you guys. And we're looking for public to approve within 30 days, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
If you put something up, if there's something being taught in the school,
The
is that being
the
public
board
knowledge?
approves the curriculum,
Mhm.
and they approve resources, instructional resources. They don't approve lesson plans and like the daily lessons. That goes through the building principal.
Okay, so ideologies are approved and put for public to view, right?
Curriculum is not ideologies, so the curriculum is based on state standards, and so the standards are broken down into the skills and concepts, and that's what gets reviewed and approved by the board.
Okay, well, I'm just hearing a lot of undergirding for how you guys are going to deal with, I know the principal runs things at the school. An ideology is something that is ran by you guys. If we decide to have Nazi Day here, that's not okay. So you guys need to come with some form of holding accountability for AKA a Pride Day here, an ideology taught. If you guys don't get this figured out, guess what? I got a lot of friends in Eastern New York who are all about to have kids. I'm not going to encourage a single one of them to send their kids here. So you guys better figure it out pretty quick.
Anybody else?
Good evening, again, Troy Livingston. I think my biggest concern with all of this is the level of secrecy that was perpetrated here. Everybody's aware, we are on such heightened alert as parents that the schools are trying to interject themselves between we as parents and us and our children. We're frustrated by that. And Mr. Rickard, I must say, this was a blatant example of that. This was a middle of the night kind of drop a bomb, and we're going to let this happen. And Dr. Mancuso, I think this was an application of management responsibility.
Direct your comments to the board, not to them tonight. This is to come to the board. If you have questions for them, you can address them individually or whatever. So address us tonight, the board.
Well, I'd like to address Dr. Mancuso next.
Well, you can do that with him at another time.
Well.
Public comment needs to be directed at us.
Well, then I'll direct it at you guys.
Directed at us.
I think there's an application of responsibility here that things are running rampant and this kind of thing can happen. And Dr. Mancuso is not even aware of it. I am allowed to ask a question, correct? We've had interaction before. Dr. Mancuso, were you aware that Pride Day was going to occur?
No, it's not brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The secrecy thing is what concerns me. You know, our students should be here being taught how to think, not what to think. And I think that's critically important. It's not the school's job to step into the role to teach children what to think, teach them how to think. You're here to educate, not to indoctrinate. There's a couple of things I wanted to say, but other people have covered some of that already. Rhetorically, I'd say did this event promote unity or division? And I think we all know what the answer to that is. I don't think there was much unity that came out of this event. So I have a couple more questions that sort of dovetail with this, because I'm really concerned about this whole secrecy piece, and I think the board needs to be aware of a couple of things. Dr. Mancuso, I have another question. Can you tell me what is the official policy of the district with regards to a child choosing to be called by another name that his or her parents did not choose? As an example, if a young lady named Sue decides that she wants to be called Rob, does the guidance department condone this and direct building employees to use Rob instead of Sue?
And I'll refer you to our solicitor to give you a legal response on that.
Thanks for your question. So we're talking about specifically transgender rights here.
Can I just ask one question? You're stopping the time when they're talking, right? I get 3 minutes.
Whatever.
Okay, thank you.
To answer your question, yes, if a student has consistently and on a uniform basis asserted their transgender status, then by federal law, the district is required to accommodate them. So yes, the district would, on a case-by-case basis, make accommodations.
And would the district then, would the guidance department notify the parent of this?
Again, it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. Again, broad stroke, what the guidance department will or will not do. This is a conversation with the student, depending on age, depending on needs, depending on everything else that's going around, which is why it's completely on a case-by-case basis.
And that's federal law?
Yes.
Does this board have the ability to promulgate a board policy that would ensure that the parents are notified if this is happening? I mean, I am outraged that this could happen and I wouldn't be notified. I'm outraged by that. And I hope the rest of you are outraged by that as well. And I hope you as board members are outraged. Jason, you look bored. I hope you're outraged by this. You know, I mean, that's un-American. It's just not right. It's just not right. State law or federal?
It's federal. It's through Title 9 of the Education Amendments.
If I sent you an email at your office, could you share that information with me that I can look into it in more detail?
You could direct your communications to the administration.
Okay. Wow, thank you.
Troy,
Yes.
you and I have had many conversations. 100% of the time, I tell you exactly what I think. You know that this board is conservative. And you know that we get tired of being hamstrung by federal and state law. You know this. I tell you that. So, assuming that this board is what you described is a mistake.
I don't think, you want to remind me of what I said about the board specifically?
You said that this board was literally being negligent in indoctrinating your children.
I believe what I said was the administrators and the teachers and the guidance department are doing the indoctrination, but I think you're abdicating your responsibility as a board by not adopting a policy
I think
that
that,
addresses.
I think that I'm probably more conservative than you, Troy. You know me, okay? And many of you that call me know me. I'm not afraid to tell anybody anything.
I don't think we know much about any of you.
Well, I
And you
try
certainly
to
don't know
educate
anything
you
about me.
because I think it's important for public officials to be a little more boisterous of things. This is a conservative school, okay? And we are, I know the administration, and I know the staff, and I know this board, okay? We're frustrated as well, okay? So our silence is because we are not allowed to speak, and it's not prudent to speak during this time. Our silence is not agreeing with the mantra of the crap that you see on television, crap that's going on in the world. You get it. We're quiet because there's a solicitor down there that is all the time telling us that we cannot speak on behalf of the board because it only takes a breath for somebody to take out something that we're saying wrong. I've been here for a long time. I've been in the newspaper enough, okay? They just take what you say and twist it to basically forward their mantra and cause further division. So all of the things that you said and are not said are felt and understood great more than you would give us credit for. That's what I would give you the security of knowing. We are a conservative. I'm a lay pastor, although my mouth doesn't basically say that half the time. I'm an elder. I'm a Christian, and I make no bones about it. Okay? So I am frustrated as well. So you do have a representative on this board that you don't have to say a word. It's already felt and understood. Okay? We have your best interest at heart. It is hurtful that the true nature of what we try to do is not understood. It is only seen from above. It's at the 50,000-foot level. You have no idea what we talked about here an hour ago back here in that room with the solicitor. Were you or were you not backed up in the corner with questions?
I'd say we're starting to get into attorney-client privilege, but I was backed into the corner with lots of questions, yes.
He earns his money. So do not think, and I appreciate your questions, I do, but it's hurtful for me that we do not say anything to take up for ourselves because we are really more of a voice, and from what you're saying, I understand it. The full understanding of that entire incident is not fully known by the public. So, and it's not for everybody to put out, it's not for conversation, but I just want you to know, more's being done than you could probably appreciate.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing what that is. I would say when you serve the public, you need to have a run shoulders. I don't think I said, I weigh my words carefully. My intent was not to insult anybody, but we have an issue here. When parents, when children are allowed to arbitrarily change their name, and school employees, not only do they approve of it, but they embrace it. And parents aren't notified. I mean, how does a parent even deal with a situation if they don't know it's happening? If my kid comes to school and slugs another kid, I'm going to hear about that, right? Shouldn't I hear about an idea that they might want to change their name? I'm just saying,
I get it.
So
and I'm not trying to be rude, but your 3 minutes are up. Truly, I didn't
well,
mean
no,
to say
I know
that.
you're not trying to be rude, and we've had good dialogue. And I hear what you're saying. You say that a lot, but actions speak louder than words. So, and I think that's why we're all here, because we hear a lot, but we don't see a lot of action. So maybe there's something forthcoming, and we'll feel better about it. The last thing I'll say is, I've been coming here since the mask mandate, and that's because that was divisive. And I want this community unified. And that was not a unifying event that happened. And when parents don't know what's happening with their kids, and they're being kept in the dark, that's Loudoun County, Virginia. That's not Eastern New York School District. But we're becoming Loudoun County pretty quickly.
Okay. Anybody else?
to all the school board members so they properly know what it is, and I just want to read it. I'm writing to you today out of grave concern for the children and future children attending schools in Eastern New York. My name is Chelsea Acolto, and I'm a 2008 graduate of Eastern. I graduated in the top 10 of the class. I attended Liberty University, where I received my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. In May of 2012, I took a job at UPMC Harrisburg, where I'm coming up on 10 years of experience in an ICU step-down unit, specializing in respiratory illnesses and toxicology. I was married in 2015, and in 2017, we welcomed our first child into the world. In that same year, we bought our first home in the Eastern New York School District, for this was a place I felt would be safe to raise my children. Since then, we have 2 daughters. I know you've all heard them. Age 4 and 1, I tell you these things not to showcase my accomplishments, but because I've always held a special place in my heart for Eastern New York and the teachers who have given me a foundation for where I am today. I never felt unprepared as an Eastern grad who took pride saying where I graduated and came from. There are several teachers from elementary to high school that I could specifically mention who made a huge impact into who I am today, and I am thankful for their dedication to teach me the academics I needed. Now with a daughter nearing kindergarten, my husband and I have been tossing around the ideas of homeschooling. With the news of schools across the country promoting critical race theory and LGBTQ ideology, I've heard people say Eastern is not like it used to be when you were in school. I deep down thought this can't be true. However, March 31st, I learned that Eastern indeed had jumped on board with this agenda with the Pride Day taking place. This is alarming as it goes against my deeply held beliefs and is a friend to God. I do not expect the public school to teach of the godly Bible or give my children proper theology. Their role is to teach my children academics and promote an environment where children will not be pitted against their parents. With this news, I will not be sending my children to Eastern to be indoctrinated with these ideologies. As a taxpayer, it's angering to also know that my money will be going to fund such causes. My greatest responsibility over my career is to be a mother, and I will not allow my very impressionable children to be given into the hands of those who are teaching or promoting such things. I desire to raise my children in the fear and admonition of the Lord. I understand that my small voice may not make a difference, yet as a graduate and taxpayer, I wanted to at least make you aware of my concern and disappointment. I am sure there are countless other parents who feel as I. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Cindy, you had some?
Yes, I don't know if I can make a motion or ask or request that as a school board, we hold a hearing with Mr. Rickard to get to the bottom of what happened and to get the facts behind the motivation for holding Pride Day.
I'd say if you want to talk about this, you should request an executive session. This is about a specific personnel matter, so it should be discussed in executive session.
I would like to request an executive session.
I think you have a right to ask.
You contact Mr.
Well, she's
Malone.
asking you right now.
Yes, I'm requesting an executive session. I think there was an egregious failure of management and leadership at the school, and it needs to be addressed.
We're going to have executive session. Let's go.
Okay, you go and wait for you. There's one back there. Yeah, there's a bathroom. There's one back there. Well, now I'm gonna.
Executive session was about legal and attorney-client confidentiality. Personnel. Okay.
Hold on. I'll get her.
She's good, yeah, we already did final board. Okay. We're just waiting for.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
Did Mr. Rickert already leave, or is he still here?
I believe he left.
Okay, I need to make a public apology. It was, I was very out of line to attack Mr. Rickert by saying that he egregiously failed in his leadership. That was a personal attack. As a school board member, I failed to control my emotions and my feelings, and I expressed a personal opinion, which I should not have done as a school board member. So I will reach out to Mr. Rickert and apologize to him later. But just I want to publicly say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Second.
Second.
Okay, thanks.